Well, I think I'm back. Not too sure about that, but that was painful. Jesus Christ. Well, I'll try again. Okay, there we go. Well, we have 20 minutes until the IB sets. I don't have any IRT functioning here. I've got bullshit going on with Rhythmic again. It's I'm gonna, if this drops out one more time, I'm just gonna step away. Yeah, me too, but I don't know how long. I don't know for how long. Oh, amazing. Careful what you wish for, right? Yeah, and I'm back too. I'm afraid to start. I'm afraid to start whatever that thing's called, IRT. Got big dumps in Rhythmic here. This is where I rebooted the gateway. I rebooted Rhythmic. I rebooted everything except Bookmap because then all the recording would go poof. Well, I am definitely not going to try to trade the IB or anything until I know what the hell is going on here. That's pretty for sure. I try to get, before I get too carried away, let me see if I can do this. Here. I'm not sure which one this is, but let's see what I can do. I think this might be it. Yeah, I think so. Look at the history. Oh, this isn't it. Oh, this is a way old one. Shit. Okay. Hmm. Well, I was trying to find that stuff I watched last night before. I'll keep looking. Yeah, or I'll pick it all up tonight and get back with you. And get back with you about them tomorrow. So weird. This works. Uh, huh. How the hell do I see my account? Boomer 1149. That's what I thought. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I'm in the wrong account. I guess that's what it is. I guess not. All right. This is the one I was looking for. You don't need to see anything about Atza. So I know, wow, look at him go. Jesus, I hope you're short, my brother. Wow. Here we go. This is where am I now? I'm on the wrong, okay. This is the one that was, I found quite interesting, and it talks all about the Gex bot, and it's for Mac. Gamma exposure order flow for Mac. So do you see the title there? I guess that's the best way to look at it. Is it, if I open it, is it easier for you to, uh, this guy, a real nice presentation, seems very intelligent, does the coding himself, whatever, And what was the other one I was talking about? Yeah, this was the one that I thought was pretty interesting. An explanation of how it works. It's an indicator, I think, for TradingView, but and then there's also there was also this thing up here about ATSA, but you already know this one, so you don't need to. You know that stuff, so you don't need to worry about it. It's so irritating to me when I scroll by on my phone. If I hesitate for a moment with my finger or whatever, all this weird crap that I never opened in a million years comes into my history. I don't know how to prevent that, it's irritating as shit. I don't look at any of this stuff. Well, Billy Gibbons, I did. And this was interesting because they took this 767 off of an airport I used to fly into and out of all the time in the Caribbean called Saba. How they getting it off is not okay, but getting it in is the thing that I would have liked to seen. You had to have a special checkout to land there. Same way with Eelsal's and St. Bart's, which is where I lived. But yeah, this was the one right here. What originally called my attention was when I saw this, and I thought, God, I wondered if that was your particular program. And maybe it is. You might be able to get more to it. Yeah. Okay. So that's so much for my YouTube extravaganza here. Back to the other account, which I. Okay, now I don't want history anymore. So this is streaming and apparently okay. I guess. Well, fingers crossed. I'm going to try to start IRT again. If you hear the sound of breaking glass, it's me throwing the goddamn thing out the window. Okay. Okay. Check the database. Okay, so he did build it for it then. That's great. So that's right up your alley. And it's built for Mac and that's great. Super. I'm happy for you. Let's see, start the data. Let's try that. See how that works. Okay. He didn't talk about it, but apparently it's something he may have also designed, or I don't know what, but his candles on the chart he uses to show how the levels are going, the Gex levels. And he shows how he traded it or something. So his candlesticks, there are candlesticks, not bars, the color of them, not the width or anything, but the color of them is based on the volume that they have. So if it's white, it's it was all by volume. And if they're black or in shades of gray, granularly from what it looked like to me, it's would be ask volume. It looked like a pretty. I thought, well, that's a good idea. I remember in the old days there used to be volume bars, and what would happen with that was Linda Ratsky's husband, whatever his name is now, I forgot, designed them. Anyway, they would get wider or narrower. The bar would get fatter or thinner, depending on the volume. Back in the old days, I remember. Well, okay. Rhythmic's up. IRT's up. Let's go on to the next whiskey bar here and see what happens with the layouts. Anyway, you'll see it if you look at that, if you're interested. But apparently this GEX or Gex bot is the thing that powers or that provides all, like Rhythmic, right? The data for all of this Gex stuff that's going on now. And then you do your API. Once you get that API, then you do whatever your thing over the top of it, and that's what he did. And I have no clue about the price or anything else, but I'm sure it's not free, I suppose. But there you go. And his description because he first goes through a whole description about the GEX and how those work and everything, and then the next section, and that's quite long, 20 or something minutes. And the next section is about the indicator, or how he's developed this thing that plots them on your chart and all that stuff. So that if it's the ATS, ATSA X, then you know what it is? It's probably that damn thing like Prop X or Top Step X and all the rest of them, and that's probably why. I didn't think of that. It's probably why FT71 is. I think they've done the same thing for convergent trading. Anyway, and the reason his thing looked to me like TradingView is that any of those X things are based on TradingView stuff, I think, or I thought. I know the one for Top Step was. Well. Something doesn't look right here. Are we in oh yes, we're in a huge sell-off now. And we've taken out the bottom of all of them, okay? So we've got this running here. This is going okay. Fingers crossed. See if make sure that this is working for everybody. And Jesus Christ, I'm gonna go chase. I'm gonna see if I can chase Mama into the chase her down here somewhere. I'm not doing any good here. Well, they look like they're working now to me. I don't know. I'm half leery to go to this window that was giving me all the trouble. Let's save a bunch of shit here. Okay. All the other X platforms like Top Step and the Convergent and all those other, every one of those that puts an X on the end of that, which is or are, as far as I'm aware. And so maybe it's just a coincidence that he says that in his thing there, because it looked like TradingView to me. Maybe you can have a look for yourself. But Windows and whatever else, or I mean Apple. So there you go. Well, let's see now. I never did start the music yet, so we'll do that. What's going on else? This is Nutcase. Done more Nutcase stuff. Which is, of course, yes. The answer to that would, of course, be yes. Everything is weird here. My investor.com is not here either. Jesus. Well, tonight between swings, I'll reboot all of this stuff. Okay, let's see what happens with this one. Fingers crossed, eh? Well, I'm going to leave well enough alone here and at least let it push these and we just set the IB. Just 9:30. Hasn't been taken out yet, nor has it retraced or anything, of course. So I'll let it set and push those values across so I have them over here on my, there we go. Now if it takes a dump, I'm all right. This is where I was getting all the trouble yesterday or earlier. Yeah, all right. Well, fingers crossed, huh? Haven't taken the IB yet, so I guess in theory I could pull up my boots and and see what we get. Jesus Christopher Christ. All right. Yeah, okay. I believe in, I just don't know. Well, it got to the 25 and back down to the IB, but it had not taken the IB yet because it had not been set. So, yeah. I haven't started anything else here. I guess I could. 62 and 3/4 point IB. Yeah, well, okay. There's the IB, has just been taken. Now, will we retrace and continue? Oh, man. That would be a trade I should be taking. I've got a system worked out now for the magic box and then the 5-minute and then move into the IB. I did a whole bunch of practice drills last night on several different, just random days, you know. Working out the actual mechanics of setting them up and doing them. I was looking forward to it today, actually. But, oops. You'll enjoy that. I think you'll find that thing that guy did interesting. That YouTube thing. Whatever his name was. Seemed knowledgeable and articulate and not some and probably over 21. Used to be a thing when I was a kid. You say, he's still wet behind the ears. In other words, was still a kid. I don't know where the wet behind the ears part came, but that used to be a thing I haven't thought about in a long time. All right. Music's musicking, and heard myself talking, so I guess all of that's working okay. Well, no retest of the IB yet. I mean, pull back and redo. One of the things that happened when I was doing that weekend Lollapalooza with the Edgeful AI thing was that and it kind of makes sense. If there's the more narrow or the smaller the IB, the more consistent were the pullback and the 25 and 50 retracements and then on and then continuing on. My question for that AI at that point was what I tried to drill down in over here was what have I got going on here? Just make sure I'm not showing something that's wrong. What is the probability of retracing, after the retrace to the 25%? What's the probability of continuing back to the IB and on to one of the other levels? So that was something I was trying to figure out. Okay, let me see if I can get up to speed now. I'm sort of awake, so that's dangerous. All right, so this is the 25. The ending zone is a 25, 0 to 25. The IB is a 0.8. See if I can get all this crap set up real quick like a bunny. 0.8, this is a biggie. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And it's not Tuesday anymore. Dorothy. And the IB high was formed first. The IB low was taken, so there's only 56% probability they'll pull them back. Where's the IB thing? I thought that was in here somewhere. Oh, that's maybe over here. Okay, it's that one, it's that one, it's that one. And the IB high formed first. Short bias, 100% on 6 months. Yeah, well, and the wrong frickin' this session. Yeah, that would be real interesting. Absolutely. Yeah, I watch it whenever or never is another option for you too. But I was thinking about it and thinking about you when I saw it. So. And then when it was all on Apple, I thought, well, there you go. Well, it looks like the damn thing has gotten its knickers unwound. Which is a good thing. All right. So, well, the system, I've got it on just breakout only. Okay. Never mind. I forgot about that. I got to switch this to retrace instead of just breakout. Doop, doop, doo. If I can, I think I can, if I remember correctly. Retracement. 25, 50, 50, 100. Okay. Now we'll see whether we get something here. Oh, man. Now I guess I better tell the static people that I'm, not static, but the other guys. Oh, let's see here. Maybe I can actually get everything back to business. Let's just see about that.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Okay. I wonder what I wonder if it's impossible for IRT to just keep up with this volume. You know, I'm at a point of just shutting everything down except IRT one day. And I wouldn't decide to go long today. I would be going short for sure in alignment with context based on the withdrawal. Now, if you're talking about a mean reversion back to the 25 level, that might be a reasonable thing to do, but it's pretty much going against context, because what I see is context is straight down. So that's how I think about it, which is, you know, the way I think about it is don't do that, whatever you do. Okay, Mom. Oh, here they come. Here they come. They're coming up. And there now I guess you might have seen that. My POC just migrated lower. So if they went zooming up here and got to the 25 level, I would take a short, which is per the basics of the edgeful idea. Actually, in actuality, what I've thought of more frequently with edgeful on the short side is in this market where we've been continually up, is retraced to the 50 for the shorts. But today, that's not the case. Let me just see something over here. Well, there's a 28% probability that we get to the 50% line, and 60% essentially that we get to the 25. So I don't know. What the hell do I know? So I'd be hard pressed to go long into this market. And I probably should just be going short right here on the VPOC migration in line with that idea, I guess. Well, the story with the static guys, especially Rod, is that scaling out is not something that they do much anymore. They're like all in, all out. And in fact, Rod is a real big, they're leaving he usually has a target a long ways away on his, but he doesn't scale out. And of course, they're not around much anymore. So that's as I remember it. Well, that VPOC migration is working out like $1 million. Well, 5 points, I guess. Not $1 million, but. Those guys are all, I don't know that, I know who Carmine Rosado is by looking at his face, but the only thing about all of those people and the Peachy Trader and all the rest of them, I don't know of any of them that ever just trades on live. It's always some rear view mirror bullshit, which we've talked about a lot of times, but if they're really doing all that stuff, just like I do, record it. You don't have to even be live streaming it. If it's recorded live and you don't do some playback mysterious, magic, I guess, but nobody ever does that I see. Well, Rod does it. Rod pretty much keeps his own, his own data and static and all that, and he just worked out that he, since his entries were getting good enough, that he wasn't having a problem with needing to get scaled and risk neutral and all that stuff. That it was, I guess he did the math behind the scenes that it was advantageous to let him just put them both at the start instead of having the risk neutral scale and scaling out, just have them both at the target, and there you go. At least that's the conversation that I've gotten out of him before, and the rest of the fellas are the people there to a lesser degree. I think I like the idea of a payday and a runner. And I have a very hard time getting my head around not locking in profits, just let it go. If it goes back to the stop, it does. You get up, 15 points or 10 points or something like that in the money and then come back to the stop. That looks to me like stupid. And none of those people are stupid, but that doesn't look like I don't buy that necessarily. And I know all the arguments. Well, that was your original premise and all those kind of things. But it just seems to me that locking in profits as you go, I never knew anybody that went broke taking profit that I know of. Maybe. But scaling out, yeah. Hey, I don't know. I've never watched one of his videos ever. Well, let's see what the hell is going on over here now. No drop frames, that's a good thing. .2% CPU usage, it says on OBS. Wonder what this thing says. At the risk of breaking everything. This is the part that bothers me so much about this freaking IRT, you know, is I never have usage more than 20%, 50%. Why in the hell is all of this falling on its ass? 33% of my RAM? I don't know. Beats me. Beat me. Please beat me. Threat removal, why that's doing that now, I don't know. I guess it's just native. Well, if they would get up to the 25% level there, or if it was, well, this is, I think, where my data, yeah, this is where my data dropped out. So this isn't a real low volume node. And one of the irritating parts to me about Bookmap, I think, unless there's a way I don't know about, the only is you can't do like I do in IRT, you know, download data and it just redoes everything again quickly from DT and IQ feed. And my historical data in Bookmap is from DT and IQ feed, just like it is in Rhythmic or in IRT. The only way I know to do it is refresh Bookmap now, and it will refresh the data history. Refresh and clear the data library. It'll redo all of the data. I'm not going to do that, but. Oh, are we going to get up to the 25? Look at us go. Early 10:30. Well, the IB stat has been set at whatever time it was set. 9:40, I guess, huh? Yeah, good. Well, so you're out of your long, right? Or something? Cool. I think a lot of those guys, I mean, I always say the same story about they never trade live and what's up with that. And I think I think that's another one of their monetization schemes is that if you want to watch them trade live, it's behind a paywall. I think. I don't know. I've never been to a site, or I'm sure never will, but I think that's what they do. Peachy chick and all of that. About the only people that I know that trade live, and maybe it's demo, maybe it's not, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. At least it's trading live at the moment is, besides me, is Top Step TV. On a consistent basis. You know, those guys are sitting there and do show their trades in their platform and, you know, put the trades on and have the trades and manage them and do all that shit. I will say that for them. I haven't been around there or looked at that for months, but at least that's what used to happen. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anything about, I mean, I don't have any personal firsthand data about making money off of YouTube, but I hear astronomical numbers. Like some chick has some girl put together a site and she's got 10,000 subscribers or some crap like that. And she's getting 50, 60,000. Some of these people making multiples, $50,000, $60,000 a month. Well, you don't have to trade live, you just have to keep the story going. And I think that's kind of it. And probably why they don't ever trade live is they don't want to shoot the golden goose. They want all these people thinking that they are some sort of a trading god. And if they can't really produce all the time, because nobody produces all the time, I guess they would start losing some subs or whatever, however it works. I don't know. I know you have to have 1,000 subs before you can be monetized even at all. So, there's nothing I'm thinking about. It'd be great, but there you go. Oh. Well, I guess this frickin' thing got itself unwound here. I mean, if it's a rhythmic problem, then okay, I'm not gonna be, it's not local. That's okay. I don't have nothing I can do. But, IRT still has it. Look at that bullshit. It still has a 7-second lag. What? Why? What's it doing? Irritating. Who's a big buyer up here? Are you still trailing or did you get out at 05? Three distributions, bing, bang, boom. I think your long was probably a great idea, the mean reversion, I think. Here's that gold balance line again down here and right there. Based on the typical market action we've been having, you're probably very right by going long, looking for longs rather than I am on the pullbacks, because every day we've, traded them pretty hard one way and then pulled them back close to a doji or something every day. So we'll see if this gets up past that 25, and I'm thinking this into these liquidity areas right here. I don't have anything to plot. I don't know what happened through here, so I don't know. Oops. Right, wrong window. I don't have any way to judge this here. Okay, cool. Well, nice job. Nice job. Yeah, supposedly when they're trading the house account. They all say, I don't know whether it's who the shit know. Michael Patak doesn't live in a really nice big house in Aspen because he's a dummy. Nebraska farm kid, but was always an entrepreneur hustler, according to the stories. When he was young, like high school or something, they took a road trip to Mexico, and he worked out some kind of deal where he was bringing Mexican drinks, not alcoholic, but some kind of drinks that Mexican workers liked, and was selling it to the Mexican workers who were doing the agriculture, migrant worker stuff up there in Nebraska and around. So he was been an entrepreneur for a long time. Well, there was my, didn't quite get to the 25, but and he was a pit trader. Some of the last. Yes. I think they probably all were on. Well, no, not all of them, because the newer guys like Dakota and those guys, they not at all. I haven't looked at any of that in a long time. I just try to focus on what I'm doing and not get all sidewashed, right? Well, I think I've officially awakened. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to disturb the house with my alarm at just little 4:45 on these mornings when I have to take Tam in early. So subconsciously I keep waking up about every hour or two, looking at my phone to make sure I'm ahead of the alarm, and usually I'll get up an hour or two before and go out and lay down on the couch and let the alarm go off, and then get her up so Mom and everybody else can sleep. The Mom and the cats can sleep. But it makes for a short night. And when you're young, you're drinking till 2 and pissed because the bar closed early, and up working, building houses and stuff, whatever. Not just pushing a pencil. Don't even think about it. Ready to go again. Boy, are those days over. Boy, are those days over. I didn't see any news or anything about the meeting with Zelensky yesterday. I hope something. Yeah, if that useless orange son of a bitch would have stuck to his word and been had a backbone, that whole war would have been over 2 years ago or whenever he got elected. I mean, just go in there and say, okay, get your guys out of here, Putin, or we're going to come up your ass, just like they did Iran. And but obviously we know what happened there. Oh, okay. Some of those guys, those top step people that were, they were pit guys and they were successful at it. One of the guys whose name I can't remember, he's obviously thoughtful, more mature. Not one of the new kids that wasn't in the pit. He traded for a prop outfit in that I actually know about in Chicago. This is an interesting story. Their edge was they resurrected the microwave system between Chicago and New York to try to get that edge of speed for microwave over the internet. And his desk fee, his monthly desk fees to trade at that prop shop were $10,000 a month. Now, I don't know about his desk fees, but I do know about the outfit that resurrected the microwave chain across from Chicago to New York to try to get an edge on something. I don't know which market it would have been. I guess equities, but maybe it was metals. I can't think of his name. And the risk manager there, Mick, whatever his name is, he was a support risk manager or whatever for Linda Bradford Raschke for her hedge fund. I didn't realize that she was one of the turtles. I saw that online. I'm not sure whether I didn't ever Google to see if it was really the truth, but I saw somebody talking about her being one of the turtles, which is what a phenomenal opportunity that was, huh? Well, today I have the pickup only because it's the early go in for TAM, and tomorrow it's the 9:30 run. So Monday and Thursday suck. But that's one of the reasons that I'm liking this, the magic box and your 5 minutes. And of course, if the IB is still open when I get back, well, then that's okay too. You never know. Never know. What great, that's the way to do it. That's absolutely the way to do it. You're the one making money, my brother. Well, that's whatever. Any glimmer of hope, you're right. You know what I mean? That's super news. I really hope so. It's just so freaking ridiculous to me. It's like war isn't war anymore, you know? I mean, they still have contacts and they're still getting paid and we're buying their oil and all this stuff. It's like, what is really, it's just like, unfortunately, it's just like the freaking Apprentice. It's a reality TV. They've turned the world and the world stage into reality TV. I believe that's the impression I get. You know, some drama horse shit. It's just crazy. As you might tell by my voice, it's frustrating to me and really disappointing. And for the, you know, I mean, you know much better than I, the poor people in Ukraine. I mean, Jesus Christopher Christ. Some lunatic comes over there and is blowing them up, and the lunatic over here doesn't do jack about it. I apparently the clown car. Maybe they just don't know what to do. I think that's the problem with Iran. I think all he wants is away from it and has no idea how to do that. Yeah, right now everybody's making, you know, everybody's excited. This is a big version of a bar trade, I guess. There's a whole buttload of stops just down here under the developing value area in the low of the day, and there's a whole buttload of stops right around the 25, I would guess. Both sides. All right, have a good one. Well, need to remember it's the FOMC today at 1300. I suppose maybe what they're waiting for is the FOMC. They're positioning them lower in anticipation of a rate hike, maybe. I'll contemplate that with my piece of string cheese here. Well, let's see. It looks like everything's kind of working. Finally. Man, what a hassle. This is the right now it's looking at the fence trade, which is just a breakout strategy. Well, the fireworks are going to start at 1 o'clock, I guess. 1300. Yeah, here comes 90s, I guess. Well, I'm just standing here watching. Hasn't gotten up to my trigger. It is FOMC day. The closer we get to 1300, the further away from this keyboard I'm going to get. And of course, I'm going to be picking up Tam at about 13:30. I'll monitor the press conference from my phone in the car. But the rate decision's at 1300, so.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
What is going on else?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And don't forget we have we have earnings tonight also. Oops. Loops, Fruit Loops. I hate that. So yeah, trying to figure out exactly here. My trigger is the 25, actually the 50% retracement based on the data. But in this case, I'm just looking at what could have been decided. And the thinking here is that there's a 50% probability in this current configuration, exactly 57% probability we retrace to the 25% level. So that means there's a 40-something% probability we don't. Was this the entry? In hindsight, obviously it's clear as a bell. But I need to figure out how to extrapolate those things or interpolate them, or, you know, Austin Powers them. I bought a lifetime. Oh, congratulations. Well, congratulations. Yeah, it's not something I can think about now, but but good for you. Especially since you're so enthused with the program, with the application. And it's working for you, you know? I mean, you're making money with it. That's the whole point, isn't it? I'm just lamenting that I think I'm looking at this data wrong, I believe, or I'm questioning it. This is the exact setup for the retrace based on the breakdown, which is exactly what we had in the ending zones and all of that stuff, and the IB size and everything. So there's a 56 or 57% probability we retrace to the 25% line. Well, that means there's a 43% probability we don't, So I have to figure out how to interpolate that. So this was undoubtedly a good entry. In hindsight, obviously it was a good entry, but this is the 25 and we got pretty damn close, but I'm standing here waiting for that trigger. And I need to figure out how to do that. I actually tried to add different add additional levels to see if I could narrow that down somehow mathematically, with data, rather than just putting on my cowboy boots and grabbing my stick gun, and your longs have been super. Good for you. And your thesis about a buttload of shorts is probably pretty good too. On both sides of this consolidation right here. I don't mean shorts, I mean stops. Whatever I mean. I got to loosen it up and stop being so rigid, I think. Let me just see if I can figure out how to do something over here that I was thinking about yesterday. So if there's a 25% probability, a 57% probability we get to the 25% zone, what would be the probability of getting to, and I think I can do this. Yes, I can. To say the 12.5. Well, you can't do halves, but you know what I mean. Same. That's weird. Does that make sense? I don't know that it does. Let's see if I can do something different here. Let's change this one to 25% somewhere. That one to 13. Let's make this one 10. There's got to be a spot where it amps way up. And 50 over here. Let's see if we can choke these down somehow and I can get more granular. Drill down, as they say. Drill, baby, drill. Ooh. Huh. Okay. I'm not sure what the hell that means. How to interpret that. Make sure the damn data's working. Let's do something else. Let's do this. That looks a little better. How many occurrences is all of this? That's another thing that's important to see here. You see, this is the part that I find a little bit strange about the data. And granted, I realize that in 3 years, there's 150, basically 156 Wednesdays. But this data is saying that there's only 12 days where we broke up, or 9 days where we broke down. And the probability of 6 of those days we got to level 10 or 10%, and 5 of the days we got to 25. 2 of the days we got to 50. That seems kind of weird, doesn't it? But now, granted, there's a lot of things that are important here. There is the IB size, and there is the ending zone, which are super, especially this thing over here is a super, has super impact. I've noticed. Oh, here we go out of bed. So I hope you got short. There's that, we fell through the stops and took out that liquidity. And now I guess it's just going to go southbound and down. God damn. Well, anyway, was waiting for a trigger and I didn't take it. And it didn't happen. But I'm trying to figure this out. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like that could be the case. Let's just try something. And it's on a Wednesday. So it's filtered to Wednesdays, IB size, and ending zone. Oh, wait, wherever ending zone went. Oh, the ending zone is not in this retracement. It's just the IB size. That's right. The ending zone is on the, on the rejection. And you buy your data separate and apart from Atlas, right? I would assume. Let's see what happens if I remove the IB size here. What difference that makes to this number. Probably a lot, I guess. Well, there's 54 days. That's still nothing for 3 years. That's still a third of the total. Huh. Well, that's breakout, and then breakdown is another 53. So that's, but they're still missing. That's about 2/3 of it. Because, well, let's do the next one then. Let's get rid of the Wednesday part. Let's get all days and see if we get 150, whatever it's supposed to be. 156, actually. Yeah, got it. Oh. $539 days, huh? 3 years, 255. Doesn't make any sense. There's 255 trading days in a year. Why aren't there 600 days here somewhere? I still don't get it. There's 252 or something like that trading days. So there's 500. There should be 500 days or something. Well, I guess it's breakout or breakdown. I guess the difference could be didn't do either. Didn't think of that one. That could be what it is right there. Sorry. Get back to where we were. About 6 months, what's happening over there? Huh. I mean, this is not data you can lean on. This is 3 days, 8 days. 8 days out of a year. That is BS. I mean, that's not even remotely statistically significant enough to, hang your hat on. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't know what. I'm missing not being in one of these nice trades here. I'm missing not having my my rear view mirror glasses on when we I put the IB high in, came back up here to test, and put the high in, came back up here to test, couldn't get there, and I've been short ever since. That's. Do I sound good? I'm gonna go jump in my Ferrari and run down to the store for Mama here and pick up some new diamonds and a Rolex. I'll be right back. Remember, 1,300 is rate, FOMC rates. And then the press thing's 1,330, I think. Was this a bar? Was this a breakout? It wasn't a breakout and a retest. I'm assuming that this would be the consolidation and the breakout, and then the retest should be back up here, and then yeah. That's a thing that I found frequently with the bar story is what fractal are you operating in? Is this it here? And there's the breakout and the retest. Makes sense. Or here, but that you can get down as low as you want to get. So here's one. So here's a bar. You can get a little further. Here's one. Breakout, retest. I stumbled across another thing last night that you may be interested in, Anton. The guy claims that he's a prop firm owner or one of them for a thing called IQ Trading or something like that. And I forget how many traders they supposedly have. And he's doing a YouTube thing where he says he has access to all of the trader data from their firm. And he, does some sort of an kind of like an analysis of what different traders have done, why, who a successful guy or whatever else it is. One of them, he puts me off. He looks like a phony to me, but I don't know. Maybe completely legitimate, but anyway. Just my bias, I'm sure. Okay, the low of consolidation was 93. It broke it and retested it. Okay. Be right back. Wow. Look at there. My goodness gracious. That was quite the dump, huh? There's several people like that are doing that trader interview kind of thing. That Wisdom guy does one, and some young thinner looking guy called prop something. I've noticed those popping up too. And your entry was a short off the 93s, right? Good for you. One of those young fellas that I watched was very interesting because the two people he was interviewing are the guys that started and owned Tradeify, that prop firm, and that that's a legit deal. So I know that, but the story of how they did it was pretty interesting, and who there were three of them, but there was only two in the interview. And shows you what I know. I thought Tradeify was a prop firm that had spun off of Tradeivate, the platform, which had been bought by NinjaTrader, but completely wrong, apparently. Now this would be setting up for a similar bar trade. Looking at this consolidation right here between 83 and 80-ish. I guess, if I understand them right. Yeah, I think you're right. Rod and those guys did really well, and as you know, I was been talking about it for a long time, even trying to do this thing over here to try to identify them. There's a perfect one right there. It didn't quite retest, but this is the one I think you just took, isn't it? Maybe down here it was. Anyway, yeah, I think you're exactly right. And that's all I'm looking for is a couple of setups that I can do. That's why I'm trying to do the 5 and these various things where I can just, keep all the balls in the air for the family here. Okay, so here we go. Now what are we doing? Now we go, is this the retest and down we go? I'm assuming it'll get a little spooky around here around third, as we get closer to the Fed thing. But I don't know. I know I'm going to step away for a bit at the bottom of the hour, man. I am beat with a stick. Yeah, I'm wait a minute. 93 retest? Wait a second here. Are you talking about over here? At about 11:59 your time? Well, 12 o'clock your time. That's the only 93 I see. Now looks like you're going to get another shot at it up here. All right, thanks. Another thing that I always did before was I never traded micros. That's also got a psychological impact where you think you got a good trade and it's $35. Obviously, that's how I did that to de-risk, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure whether the benefits are there or not. I've created a few multi-brackets here along like the hedge where it's, start to take enough micros to where it's one or two minis. We're going to get back to my 25% retracement. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's off the table. And now this thing seems to be frozen up again, or at least not responsive. It's working, but Mr. Mouse isn't doing anything, and this thing won't go away. And all I tried to do was put it on auto scale instead of the manual, and now it doesn't seem to want to do anything. Sometimes I think what happens with IRT and it doesn't handle the windows well is there's a dialog open and there's no way I can get to it. I can't go to the window manager because none of this is happening. That tells me that there's probably a dialog going on somewhere. And a bunch of escapes don't seem to want to do anything. I can't change windows. I can't do anything. Man, yes. Are you? We're talking about the. Okay, I see your stuff above there. Sorry about that. Well, I use the multi-brush. Are you still using the hedge thing, by the way? On these, you don't do it on this kind of stuff, I don't suppose. And I have had such a problem unwinding the damn thing that I've started doing the multi-brackets on these, and the IB by Edgeful is a different story with the, also, but, and the 1 minute or the 30-second, the magic box and the 5 minute, but. Typically, I set up these various different multi-brackets, and then I can select which one I want to put on, and I have the ability then to maneuver them around a little bit. That's what I do. I mean, how I'm approaching that. There's the IB failure. What is it, 98 to 90? So that's been pretty successful. Again, this is could be considered a bar trade, right? But how far does this go before it's not, applicable anymore or valid anymore? I don't know. Man, I am so tired of this shit. It's still. Frozen up tighter than Kelsey's freaking nuts. Man, that's old. Oh, there it finally did something. Something finally happened. Jesus, criminy Christ, look at that. It finally broke loose and started moving, and I don't know what I did other than click here. Maybe something there. I was thinking there was a window open, and if you can get to the window manager, you can see whatever you got going on down here. This being one of them that I need to get rid of. And I think that's part of the problem. Done. And it didn't go away. No, that's just freaking magic. Closes the wrong window. Okay. Oh, I guess I just shut the wrong one down. All right. Well, anyway. Yeah, good. Now I'll try to find that window and get it back open so I can have my have my thingy here back. That's not what I want. Well, I closed that window and now I can't remember what the hell I named that chart. I'm always doing that to myself. Amazing. Yeah, I think it seems like everybody that gets a little bit of an edge in this business makes a hell of a lot of money at it pretty quick. There's those guys I heard there, those two guys that were talking about Tradeify, the prop firm, right? There's three of them started, and they were offering 24/7 live support. So the three of them divided the sessions up. Each one took a session, and then they just did that for a month or two until they got some people hired. One of the stories. Excuse me, but they now they've got 100,000 traders, and $60-$70 a trader. They do the math. Pretty amazing. That's the way to make money doing this if you want to really do it. I'm sure of it. Just like Top Step, same thing. That's where the money really is. And Apex, those guys making a lot of money. That's for sure. Congratulations on your trades, by the way. Nice. Well, I finally got this thing back together found the right chart, and I think everything's back to normal now. Jesus, what a hassle. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to step away at oh, hell, it's almost noon my time. It's almost 1 your time. So the rate's going to come out about an hour and 15 minutes. Watch that for sure, and then I'll be able to scoot up and get Tam and see what kind of a... Now it's working like it ought to, I don't get it. It's no lags, and it's, scrolling in and out and up and down and all that stuff. I don't know what happens to it, but boy, is it disappointing. Congratulations on your day. That's great. I'm going to step away right now myself and get something to eat and midday break thing and all that stuff. I didn't do anything. We've got a little emergency here. I needed to fix real quick. And I would go short. I wouldn't go long here. I mean, according to the IB thing. So I'm going to continue with the the cleanup campaign. Still in the middle of it here, but the Edgewell actually has a report for FOMC performance, and I'll get at it as soon as I get this stuff taken care of here. Oh boy. Man, I'll tell you, timing is everything. Oh, it hasn't happened yet. Boy, I got that done in a hurry. Now, if I was lucky, I could get a nap, but I don't think that's going to work. Okay. How's I going to tell you? Hi, Panda. Yeah, it's all clean. You can have a fine time. Go back and have fun. Yeah, go have fun. Go have fun, little one. Let's see, where's this? I'm not making this up. Let's see, there it is. No, that's non-farm payroll. I thought that, oh yeah, there we are, FOMC performance. I don't know what you can do here. This is pre and post FOMC in days. That's the first time I've ever looked at this report. So I have exactly no idea what I'm doing here or what I'm looking at. Average results, individual days. Hi, Panda. Wow. Oh, don't want New York here. I don't want it. Oops. Looks like I have no choice. Looks like New York's all I'm going to get. Huh. What, Panda? The hell is it? How does this work? Is there a picture? No. What, Panda? Come on. I've been working for you guys all for the last. Didn't get a nap. Didn't get a lunch. No. Picture thing. Yeah. Come on. I know you want. Hey, Mom, need it. Need it. Well, let's see what I can do in 5 more minutes here. baby girl. Yeah, just go relax somewhere. I'm not gonna keep feeding you and chasing you around the house, Panda. Okay, so these are the days. So this is the price action around the This is for Eastern Standard Time. I can't change that. that. And for these percentages of the range, I'm guessing. Let's go here. Let's do that. Ah, there we go. Now I can maybe make understand. Yeah, I can understand. Well, so there you are. If that means anything to anybody, there you go. There's the report. Whoa. I'm guessing it was a rate increase. No. Wow, that's a that was a dump and a half. I'm assuming IRT fell on its head. I guess they're leaving the rates alone. Beat me. Interesting, it only went right down to the IB low. Isn't it? And to the absolute flippin' tick. That's pretty amazing. If it's the truth. Oh, Mr. Magic. Panda. What's up, my brother? I've been doing your little box thing. Worked good yesterday. I've been practicing it up. And I didn't do it today because I remembered you said Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So here we are. Plus, my data fell on its ass. Everything went down. I had to restart the stream and everything else. I had to reset my gateway. It's outside of here, I'm sure, but hope everything's good on your end. Panda, come on, please stop already. I'm not starving to death. 20 goddamn kilos. Yeah, you. Yeah. Yeah. Problems? Just want attention. Oh, good for you. Anton had a pretty good day, I believe. I didn't do anything, which is not unusual, but I was a little put off with the data and everything falling apart. And I finally got it back together again. And then the IB didn't ever come back to the trigger. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. And now, of course, the data is all goofy. That doesn't look right. I guess it is. Look at that selling tail, or buying tail. I mean, wow. All in anticipation of the Fed. So I'm assuming they left rates alone. Is that what happened? I haven't even looked. I've been busy trying to figure out. Panda, no, I'm done. You go get in the hammock or go back to the bed or do something. Yeah, go talk to Mom. That's a good idea. Mom speaks Cantonese. Go see her. Good idea. Yeah. 58-second lag. Jesus Christ. Well, let's move along. Look at that, right? Exactly to the IB low. How does it happen? Come on, Panda. Lighten up. Jesus. Yeah. You have a little nap. Yeah, take a little nap. Hey. Well, let's see if we can figure out what this is all about. Job gains have kept pace in the workforce. Where, I wonder, do they measure this stuff from? Oh, well. The edgeful data based on the FOMCs for the various days. I've got to slide out of here the bottom of the hour and go get Tam. So if I'm back before 3, I'll do the normal closeout. If I'm not, thanks a lot for coming by. And I hope you had a great trading day, you know. Every morning, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, assuming As Tennessee Ernie Ford used to say, if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, we'll see you next week. We'll see you tomorrow. And that's kind of what happened today. I don't know what. Everything was fine, and then all hell broke loose. But it was outside, I'm sure, because it was Rhythmic fell apart, and then the connection to Rhythmic. Oh, there you go. Let's see what else I can come up with. How many magic again? Just snooping, but more or less, how many trades do you? If I'm clear about all this, primarily you trade MNQ. How many trades more or less in a day do you do, or in a week, or whatever else would you consider normal? I think I have a real underestimation of what I should do. I know Anton trades quite a few more trades every day, and that's I've started doing the box trade, and then I slide into the 5 minute, and then the IB, and have to work on the bar trade. Now I have to work on some water. Oh, cool. Well, that's great. That's perfect. I mean, you're just a great living. I mean, that's a real good approach. I think one of the reasons I'm more paranoid of a discipline and everything is when I first started trading back in '99. I, of course, knew absolutely nothing about, I didn't know come here from Sikkim about any of it. But I was pretty sure I did. And I just, I would take like 100 trades a day. Wow, you can imagine how that ended up. And that was during the .com bubble, and equities, it was just like a gambling machine, like a slot machine. It was really stupid, but live and learn. So I'm real conscious of not over trading or chasing or doing any of that stuff. I don't think that it's really something I need to worry about anymore. I think the bigger problem I have now is paralysis by analysis, or under trading more than anything. I think. That's why I'm curious what, people that I admire and think do a good job of trading, what the hell are you doing? Sort of like to get a benchmark. Boy, am I ready to get rid of this thing. And now we've got Sir Kevin taking the yeah, that's good. That's good to put on your wall. My mom, I'll never forget, my mom had a thing on her kitchen wall. It said, the hurrier I go, the behinder I get. And boy, I guess that's kind of the same idea. And that was certainly my downfall. Well, that and a bunch of other stuff, not knowing what I was doing. In those days, the trading platforms were just, I don't know how to explain it. Like the gambling machine is a bar, you know. I'll never forget the name though. It was Cyber Trader, and there was an outfit in Texas somewhere, Dallas maybe. And then after that, I got Interactive Brokers, and then 911, and then that was the end of that. Ten-year dumped means the yield's going up. That's the yield. 10-year yield was higher, the highest it's been since 2007 or something. Somebody was saying I listening to last night. Yeah, that's exactly. I think I got the exact idea. I mean, I agree completely. You use 50K with there, right? Which one is it, Flex or Pro? Or again, none of my business. Just I don't really talk to anybody and to do with any of this except for you guys. That's yeah, that's exactly right. I've got the flex, but 12. I thought that was a simple, cheap way to start and see how the outfit works, but I think I might have made a mistake there. I don't know. See what happens. 12 flex. Yeah. I think my approach is similar to yours, I believe, as far as what my needs are. You know, I'm not trying to buy a Ferrari. I need to make sure I've got the bases covered continually for the family and then build it up and then go back to my amp account. As opposed to what a lot of others are up to. But of course, you got to get to the funded and then get the payouts. That's the whole point, isn't it? I don't think there's any how should I say it? I don't think that the risk reward is good enough in the evenings in those, Asia or Globex to put the risk on. I'm better off doing homework and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, AMP has just restored the margins. They were at maintenance levels since 1700 last night. They do that on 4 non-farm payroll, PPI, PMI, or PMI, and FOMC. One of them didn't sound right there. Let me see. CPI, PPI, and non-farm. I knew it didn't sound right. Okay, I gotta start thinking of finding my Levi's and getting my thinking cap on here for the TAM run. I'll have to listen to the FOMC Warsh in the road, I guess. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think those are reasonable goals and reasonable, average 100 a day. You know, obviously there's going to be days when you don't and days when you make more, but. And of course the key is multiple, copy trades. And then once it's rolling along, you can always just move to minis, and all of a sudden that changes dramatically. All right, I am going to get ready to go get Tam, and thanks for coming by, guys. Hopefully I'll be back, but we don't know. It's supposed to be done by 2, and I pick her up and skedaddle back over here, but sometimes she doesn't get out until later than that, so with any luck at all, I'll be back by 3, no problem. Otherwise, I'll see y'all in the morning, and thanks a lot for the feedback, and yeah, absolutely. I agree with your philosophy exactly. Just need to get those models figured out like you've got, and then some like that, and then just keep a low profile and go. Exactly. Anton does a similar thing. I think he trades a little more frequently, I think, but he has specific areas that he looks for and trades that, and I think he's doing real well also. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, back. I made her back. 6 minutes to go. Yeah, you have a great day too. Yeah, I had a chance to chat with him a little bit. Of course, my side doesn't get recorded unless you hear it, but yeah. And I listened to Warsh pretty much, and here we go, down to the 50s now. Well, well, well. If you're still around, great. And if you're not, Anton, have a great afternoon. And I'll see you guys all in the morning. So this is Risk Neutral Trading. Thanks a lot for coming by, whoever's around. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. Every trading day at 8 Central Standard. Pre-market, set everything up, and then trade the entire day. So trade in the entire cash market. So it's a little bit disjointed with things I have to do family-wise now, but no problem. And tonight we have Microsoft and Meta reporting after the bell. Meta's, I think, going to be the huge bellwether a lot of people are thinking. The Fed was kind of a nothing burger with no change. So as I understand it, everybody's got to focus on Meta. Let's see what's happening tomorrow. Let me just get the recap real fast. We don't have the market on close and yeah, we do have. Oh, they're already done. Sell side across the board, 1,388,000,000 market on NASDAQ. Market on close, 850 million market on close S&P, 191 million sell side market on close Dow, and 233 million sell side Mag 7. They're down across the board, all 5 of them. So 4 of them, excuse me. So that's that. Let's see if I can find quickly what the hell happened to this, but anyway. There's tomorrow. What do we got? Whoa. Oh, look at this. PCE, GDP, jobless claims, all 4-star tomorrow morning at 7:30. That's a big one. And then the earnings, of course, will be, well, today's the big earnings day of the week. Apple tomorrow. Oh, well, hush my mouth. Apple and Amazon and MasterCard all tomorrow. So we've got a bunch of big numbers, 3-star numbers, and we have Apple and Amazon tomorrow after the bell, both of them. And we have Microsoft and Meta coming up here in a few minutes. So that is... That's kind of the report. What do we got happening now? Anything else? No, just Meta and Microsoft, and then all of our that we've already recognized here. So yeah, I appreciate you coming by. Thanks a lot. We'll pull out tomorrow morning. I go through the entire setup, statistics for the day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and we'll trade them up and make that money. Remember, $100 a day is 10 grand a month. So think about that for a minute. When you're copying them. Copy trading to 5 accounts, of course, but which is easy for anybody to do. So have a great night. I am going to sign off here at the top of the hour as usual. Thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it. Risk Neutral Trading. This is my personal virtual trading journal. So everything that you see here, all the trades are live in real time on Bookmap, and the strategy development and forward and back testing is all done in IRT. And that is, wow, look at the lag still. Unbelievable. Jesus, ridiculous. And this is still, this is where all the back testing and forward testing happens, and it's done within the simulated environment of IRT. 23 ticks there this afternoon, just now. On this A, B, it doesn't make any sense. We'll have to look it over. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it very much. There you are, 1,500. Have a great rest of your day. Get away from, get a work-life balance, get some exercise, get away from the charts, get some natural light in your eyes. Go work out, chase mama, whatever it is you do for exercise. And be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Magic, Anton,